Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. I'm an honest man, I know where I stand. Money's been my downfall. I gamble away a week's worth of pay if I had lousy diamond ore. But there ain't a bet, I ain't settled yet. Had to beg, borrow, and steal. Never shied away if there's a price to pay. Never been forced to kill. So forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Down in the den, I was holding 10, trying to make 21. Called it twice right before my eyes. Everything that I had was gone. The man came around, he put his money down. Said, boys, this man's with me. Pats my back, says I like you, Jack, but ain't nothing in the world for free. Said, forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. So there's a man in town, and when you cut him down, it won't mean no more. So he took the gun when the deed was done, dropped down to the floor. So forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Forgive me, Lord, for what I've done. Shot a man down in Austin, Mississippi, gonna meet another fatherless son. Standing here at the shoreline, it all seems so clear. I've been at the edge for so long, giving in to all those fears. Change, that's for certain, but I can't take back the years. Yeah, it's always been so close, and it slipped away from me. Bad mistakes I've had my dose of, other people's dreams and tales of grand adventure left me stranded on the beach, out of reach. Push the boat into the water, watch the land disappear from sight. I'm 3 miles from Appalachia.
The special meeting for September 17, 2025 will now come to order at
3:32 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak today. Our topics for discussion, we have 3 items. Is there a motion regarding item A, order canceling Houston City College Trustee District 7 election and containing certain related matters?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendation presented to the board for consideration to adopt the order canceling Houston City College trustee election for District 7. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Nicole Montgomery will provide an overview and answer all questions.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, Trustees. Before you is an order to cancel the election for District 7. It has been certified that Dr. Cynthia Litton-Gary is unopposed in the election for Trustee District 7. The deadline for candidates to file for a position on the ballot was Monday, August 18th, 2025, and the deadline to file a declaration for written write-in candidacy was Friday, August 22, 2025. With that, I'll take any questions.
Trustees, any questions? No. Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Congratulations.
What were the other related items?
General Counsel.
General Counsel, what were the related items?
All of the filings that we'll have to do, and also we will work with Fort Bend County to be there. Will be no contracts with Fort Bend County for elections. And then I also have election counsel here if you have any additional items.
Okay.
There's
No,
nothing
I just
else.
Okay.
That's
Because didn't the item say another related items? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We will move to item B, facility use update. This is a report item. No action required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a discussion item regarding the college's facility use requirements when renting space to members of the public and community organizations. This briefing will provide an update on the current policy, process, and key requirements, and will seek direction from the board on how it wishes to proceed in balancing community access with institutional risk management when some smaller community organizations may encounter challenges in meeting the applicable standards. And so with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Nicole Montgomery, General Counsel, and Vice Chancellor Robert McCracken will provide an overview and respond to all questions. General Counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Today's presentation is to provide an overview of the current board policy concerning facility use of the college's property by the community, which is policy GD local. This presentation includes key requirements, legal considerations, risk management concerns. We also want to obtain feedback from the board on this process and a future regulation crafted by the administration. The college allows the use and rental of designated college facilities by members of the public and community organizations. This use is for approved nonprofit activities, which include uses such as educational, charitable, recreational, civic, or social purposes. The requirement is that it does not interfere with college operations, does not violate the college's policies and procedures, and aligns with the institution's missions and values. However, there are restrictions regarding commercial activity and for-profit ventures, which are strictly prohibited. Access to the college's facilities by the public and community organizations is permitted exclusively under policy GD local. The board has tasked the administration with developing regulations and establishment of a fair and orderly facility rental process. Also, there is a compliance certification. Facility rental applicants must provide written certification that they have reviewed, understand, and agree to comply with all of the college's policies, regulations governing facility usage. We want to emphasize that college-sponsored activities maintain absolute scheduling priority over all external facility rentals. The college reserves the right to relocate scheduled events. Also, there is a facility use agreement that is required. The rental agreements will include applicable fees, deposits, dates and times of usage, insurance requirements, restrictions on the use of property, security, cleanup, audiovisual are required. We also have a facility use structure. Community users are required to pay reasonable fees as mandated by GD Local. The administration has established that policy. Now, there is an exception. There are no fees that are charged to official public meetings conducted by governmental agencies. And then all fees are published. Community facility requests are processed on a first-come, first-served basis. Also, this is at the campus level, unless it's happening at 3100, then it's at the district level, or if it exceeds what the chancellor has delegated to the presidents. There is a non-discriminatory review that is conducted. The college approves or denies requests based solely upon policy compliance, facility availability, and operational considerations. I want to emphasize not religious, political, philosophical, ideological, or academic viewpoints. We apply these in an objective, content-neutral standard for logistical and safety requirements. Before you are the grounds that are requests for denial, such as facility unavailability, scheduling conflicts, safety concerns, academic disruption, property risks, policy violations. Here are our main facility use restrictions. Commercial activity. We do allow nonprofit fundraising in our policy, and also there is an exclusion for political advertising, campaign communications, and electioneering, except for when we're used as a polling location. We do have some legal considerations that we'd like to talk with you about in closed session. Some of the things about who is the responsible party. Is it an HCC event or non-HCC event? Sponsorship, partnership, conflict of laws and policy, campaign, election laws, gift of public funds, insurance requirements, and waivers. Also, the next steps, once we hear feedback from the board, is to draft a new revised procedure, standardize the fees across the system, and then also publicize this matter. At this time, Bob McCracken, Gwen Drumgoole, and myself will accept any questions on the open portion, and then after that, we request to adjourn to closed session for the legal considerations and risk mitigation questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
Madam Chair? If a student wants to use the facility, it's completely different, right?
Correct. This is for individuals that are not using it for HCC purposes. And for a student, that's if it's a student organization or in line with their student attendance here. Not if they're sponsoring it for an outside organization.
And there's a requirement, is there a requirement that what they do on our campus is legal?
Oh, absolutely. That's the bedrock of our policies.
And that's explicitly stated?
Yes.
So somebody saying they're a nonprofit can't come in and, plan areas or anything like that, use our facilities to do that, right?
Right. We have for nonprofits, they can be fundraising events, but it cannot be any type of commercial activity or anything that violates the law.
That's explicitly stated?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
At this time, we would request to adjourn to closed session for the legal considerations.
Oh, okay. Can we? For the special session, yes.
Oh, okay. Can we do C and?
I would like to do C.
That's fine, guys.
We're going to table this?
Trustee
Oh,
Patterson
there's a
has a
question. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. I just want to know, has this information been made public yet?
Yes, this is
Okay.
all the current practice under our policy GD local, and this is administered at the campus level.
Okay, so this would also address the issue that we've had some questions about at the North Forest campus.
Technically, it does. However, as we indicated, there are some tensions with smaller organizations that we would like to discuss the legal considerations with the board and the risk mitigation.
Thank you so much.
Discussing those in closed session. So right now, we're going to move to item C. We're going to table item B and go into do item C, and then we'll come back. Item C, update on nomination process for Harris Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. This is a report item, no action required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item provides information about the nomination process for election to the Harris Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Sherry Hahn, Senior Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Hahn.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Trustees, and Chancellor. This provides an opportunity for us to determine whether we wish to provide two nominees to the Harris County District for taxation, the Assessment District. And so we would provide those nominees by the 14th of October. And then what happens is we get back the list of candidates that would be voted on, but the HCAD is the entity that determines that list of candidates. We just have the option of providing two nominees if we wish.
Thank you, trustees.
So at this time, do we have any nominees in mind that we're considering?
I do not have any names at this point.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, question. How many nominees have we historically provided?
I don't have that information
It's
handy,
been
I'm
one.
sorry. Pardon?
It's been one. So I'm wondering why the question on the floor is if you want to provide two versus, I'm just trying to go
I think
from how we went
because
from
there-
historical practice to this.
There are two openings.
Mrs. Betancourt's law from last year, right?
Yes.
It's a new law.
That there are two openings?
Two openings, yes, it is. It's two openings.
It was one, because the way I understand the process, there's a point scoring system that these nominees have to go through. So they have to go to different entities to have them cast essentially their votes for the nominee. And so it takes an aggregation of points from different systems for certain nominees to be considered. What comes to mind to me is if we now go with two nominees, given my understanding of the system as it existed last year, which was a new system after the 23 legislative session, if you go with two nominees, we effectively dilute our own vote and our ability to impact who gets nominated to that board. So that's, I think it would be important to have some greater clarity, and I'm looking at Dr. Montgomery to see if there's a better explanation or if I'm missing something in my interpretation.
Yes.
Based on the information we received, it said we could nominate a candidate or candidates. So it's not that we have to nominate two. We can nominate one, because I think last year we only nominated one. So we have the option to nominate one or two based
I'll add to
on
that,
this
Dr.
information.
Gary, because if you look at what it reads here, the two candidates receiving the most votes will be appointed to the board of directors for a 4-year term. So candidates, they have two slots that are open. Our votes count best when we put it in one candidate. So that's why my issues with the premise of nominating two candidates. I think last year, as we did, should be the practice this year, as we decide on one candidate, because we don't have as many votes as the city of Houston or HISD or these other large entities. If you split your votes in two, your voice is watered down even further.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, on October 1st, we're going to vote whether or not we're going to
Correct. Correct, it's optional, right.
And we are given a slate of names. From them, that this is not a names from us, this is names from them. And then by the 14th, we have to decide which of those names
Right.
we want to give whatever vote, all our votes, a proportion of the votes, however that system works,
Well,
right?
our resolution to participate with one or two candidates would be provided to HCAD by October 14th.
Yeah, if I might,
Okay.
Trustee Reichart, they don't have to give us the name. Actually, it's incumbent on us to decide on who we want. What happened last year was there were certain people who were already out there, quote unquote, campaigning for a slot on the board. So if we decided we were going to nominate Dr. Ramel Young as our representative there, we could vote and give him our votes, but if he doesn't go to talk to these other districts, he's not going to come close to being one of the top 2 vote getters. So typically, there are certain people who are now vying for the position who go to all these different entities. The only entities who get an automatic slot are like the city and HISD, just because their votes, their volume is so
Yeah, I'm
numerous.
just operating on what I was told earlier, that we were given a slate.
But
Yeah,
the list of final candidates comes from HCAD. Before October 30th, the chief appraiser prepares a final voting ballot.
Okay, so
Those
they
who
are
are
going to give
running.
us a slate.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so they're going to give us a slate
Correct.
before the 1st.
By October 30th. We are determining now whether we want to have any of our nominees participate. That's the decision we're
Okay,
making.
so on the 1st, do we have to have a name, or do we just say we participate, we're not going to participate?
We would adopt a resolution to nominate our candidates by October 1st.
So we have to already have those names.
Yes,
So when are we getting those names?
those names come from you.
Yeah, that's if we wanted to
If we want.
self-nominate candidates.
Right.
Outside of the slate being given to us by HCAD?
That slate comes later on after the full candidate list has been decided by HCAD.
Think of it as nominations are, if you want to be an HCAD director, these entities can nominate someone.
Right.
Then they have to pass all the eligibility requirements with HCAD to put you on their ballot. It's their ballot that comes back as a
That's
slate.
right.
And then
So
we
that's-
choose who's.
Choose, so
Our
if we,
representative.
From the slate?
Yes.
Correct.
well, we have the
can-
right as of today to nominate
Nominate.
Ramel Young, which,
Exactly.
is he a Harris County resident? Anyone else? No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put Dr. Young on the spot, but no, that's you can nominate whoever we want as long as we deem they're eligible.
Okay, so get a slate before the 1st.
Correct.
After we nominate somebody, they may or may not, depending on whether they fulfill all the requirements or applications
Right.
or whatever.
Precisely.
Be included. And then when do we vote on that slate?
Prior to December 15th, the governing body of each taxing unit is entitled to vote and determine its vote by resolution and submit it to the chief appraiser.
So we have a couple months.
Right.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, if we want to participate in the process, but don't want to include a person to just vote on the slate we're given, is that an option?
Well, then we would.
have to do that now.
Right.
Now is the time. If we wanted
Exactly.
to directly nominate someone to get on that slate eventually, we would have
At
to
the
do that.
1st? That's October 1st.
Yes, we would have to do that between
So
now.
today, this is just information.
Correct.
On October 1st, if we want to put forward somebody's name, we have to do it on October 1st. Then they're going to go through the application process and everything with HCAD, and then we have to decide by December 15th what percentage, or, however we're going to distribute our votes among the final slate.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the report. At this time, the special meeting of Houston City College System Board of Trustees will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up the open portion of this meeting or in subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. This meeting is adjourned to closed session at,
4:52 PM.
and all the
I'm sorry,
trustees
3:52 PM.
are
I'm ahead of
present.
myself. I apologize.
And all the trustees are present, so there's no one by video conference. Thank you. Portion of this meeting of the special of the Houston City College System Board of Trustees is reconvened at
4:32 p.m.
special meeting is now adjourned at
4:33 p.m.
Thank you. Are we ready? Good afternoon. This regular meeting will now come to order on September 17, 2025 at
4:33 p.m.
meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. We want to remember in our thoughts and prayers Terrence Corrigan on the passing of his mother, Mrs. Bertha Corrigan, who transitioned on Tuesday, September the 9th, 2025. Let us remember in our thoughts and prayers all who have lost loved ones. At this time, please join Dr. Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth for the prayer followed by the pledges. Dr. Stallworth. Of the United States of America,
Republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible. We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance Committee, Committee of the Whole, Marketing Committee, and special meetings on August the 6th, 2025, regular meeting on August 2025, and special meeting, board retreat meeting on August 22nd, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for August 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for August 2025. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd?
Good afternoon. At this time, we now invite R.C. Munoz, Vice President of Philanthropy and Community Impact at Wells Fargo, to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for a check presentation to the HCC Foundation. Wells Fargo is presenting a check for $40,000 in support of the Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives Small Business Success Series initiative. We also invite Dr. Maya Dernovo, Associate Vice Chancellor for Entrepreneurship, Astrid Saladara, HCC Foundation Development Director, and Karen Schmidt, HCC Foundation President, to come forward to the check presentation. Thank you for your continued support of the HCC Foundation. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the next presentation. We'll provide an opportunity for remarks at the end of the recognition. At this time, we invite the following administrators, faculty, and staff to join the Chancellor and Trustees in front of the dais for a brief recognition in honor of their dedication, collaboration, and invaluable contributions to the successful approval and establishment of the Vocational Nursing to Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. Lakeisha Hadley, Michelle Davidson, Deidre Mooring, Lillian Ofugbu, Angela Sterling, Joni Hall, Rosalinda Garza, Mohammed Tlass, Jeff Grykar, Norma Perez, Bernadette Pollard, Melissa Miller Waters, Latricia Harrison, and Miguel Ramos. And I think we have some more that's going to join you guys up front as well. So please come forward.
That is your
Because if we have to be up here, you have to be up here. We supposed to be, we're board of 9. He trying to make us a board of 8.
All right, this is good. Oh, yeah.
If there's more faculty in the back, please come up front. Come on down.
Here, what are you doing? You don't see?
All right, guys.
We've tried that.
He says he should be up there because it's his.
Congratulations to each of you, and many thanks for your dedication to HCC. All right, at this time, we'll welcome to the podium Karen Schmidt for comments on the check presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. As president of the HCC Foundation, I'm pleased to extend our sincere thanks to R.C. Munoz and the Wells Fargo team for their generous $40,000 gift in support of the Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives Small Business Success Series, a 5-module program for aspiring and existing entrepreneurs. Thank you for their continued support. We have been able to expand this program to include AI tools and patenting, all designated to meet the growing and changing needs of business owners. This program is making a significant impact. Now I would like to invite Ms. Arce Munoz to the podium for remarks from Wells Fargo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arce Munoz, and as a proud graduate of a local community college, it's my honor to stand here before you today as the Vice President of Philanthropy and Community Impact for the Wells Fargo Greater Houston market. Wells Fargo believes that small businesses are the backbone to our community, and that's why we partner with valuable community organizations like the HCC Foundation that provides valuable programming and resources to entrepreneurs through programs like the Small Business Success Series. It truly has been an honor to work with your team and to meet some of the entrepreneurs that have graduated from the program, like Diana Rosas from Que Bonito Fashion, who we continue to see her business grow and succeed, and she will be featured in the upcoming Houston Valley Nutcracker Market for the 3rd year in a row. We're truly grateful to be recognized today, but mostly grateful for the passion and dedication and expertise of your team that is truly making an impact in the Houston community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yes, Ms. Munoz and Wells Fargo, thank you for helping us continue our mission of empowering small businesses and in turn building brighter futures across the board. So thank you so very much to you, Ms. Munoz, and to Wells Fargo.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you to all, and thank you to Wells Fargo for your support to HCC. At this time, we'd like to pause in recognition of National Hispanic Heritage Month, which was celebrated September 15th through October the 15th. We're pleased to welcome to the podium for recognition Dr. Melinda Mejia, Department Chair of World Languages, Humanities, and Library Science.
Hello, members of the board and attendees. I'm Dr. Melinda Mejia, and on behalf of the Department of World Languages, Humanities, and Library Science, we'd like to thank you for providing a space for us to honor our Hispanic community and our Hispanic students. Thank you as well to Dr. Erica Stevens, Instructor of Mexican American Studies, for her and her students' work on this video. Please enjoy.
Every year, from September 15th to October 15th, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. This is a time to honor the rich histories and countless contributions of Hispanic and Latinx communities in the United States. Latinos have been a vital part of this land and country for centuries, even before its founding. From the earliest Spanish settlements to the Pueblo, Aztecs, Taíno, and Mayans, the Latino presence has always been woven into the fabric of our nation and continent. And beyond U.S. borders, the story of independence and decolonization across Latin America stands as a powerful testament to resilience, self-determination, and justice. Today, Latinos make up nearly 20% of the U.S. population, over 65 million people, and continue to enrich our economy and culture as innovators, leaders, and creators in every field. But even as we celebrate, we must acknowledge ongoing challenges. Even though enrollment for Latino students has improved over the past decade, a 2024 survey found that 2/3 of Latino students said that they had considered stopping out of college, and about 1/3 did take a leave of absence. Additionally, according to the Pew Research Center, 42% of Hispanic adults worry that they or someone close to them could face deportation. The fact that Latino communities consistently express more concern about deportations than other groups reminds us of the importance of creating safe, supportive spaces where students and families can thrive.
Here at Houston City College, we are proud of our strong and vibrant Hispanic student population. We are committed to providing a quality education to all of our students, one that is rooted in a spirit of belonging, justice, and care, regardless of their background or circumstance. For us, a quality education means more than just classroom learning. It means developing self-awareness, practicing critical thinking, and gaining the confidence to advocate for oneself.
And now I must choose between the paradox of victory of spirit despite physical hunger, or to exist in the grasp of American social neurosis, sterilization of the soul, and a full stomach.
I have endured in the rugged mountains of our country. I have survived the toils and slavery of the fields. I have existed.
I have existed in the barrios of the city, in the suburbs of bigotry, in the mines of social snobbery, in the prisons of dejection, in the muck of exploitation, and in the fierce heat of racial hatred.
My country's flag, my burial shroud, with those niños whose pride and courage could not surrender with indignity their country's flag to strangers in their land.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, we not only celebrate the past, we commit ourselves to the dreams of our students and stand proud with our Latinx community.
Thank you, Dr. Mejia. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you, and I want to thank Dr. Mejia for the cultural information. Thank you so much. We open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview of from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their respective comments to no more than 2 minutes. Thank you. And we'll start on this end. Trustee.
I just want to say that the convocation was outstanding. Dr. Ford Fisher, you and your team did an excellent job. And it not only was the presentation so good, the information that was presented allowed everyone to know that Houston City College has not only changed just by the name, but we are evolving so. And we're making great strides and great progress. And I was just so excited. I was on a high, like I had a glass of Chardonnay, forgive me, but that's how good I felt. And so, again, I just want to say thank you to the trustees, to everyone at Houston Community College, because it takes the whole Houston City College village to make it happen, and it was outstanding.
Thank you. Trustee Thomas? No? Oh. Good.
Trying to get it.
Sheehan? Okay. Pass.
I'm usually the one that passes. The IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers Mobile Operations Vehicle, or it's called MOVE, visited the Spring Branch campus, providing HCC, Texas A&M Engineering Academy students, and hands-on look at emergency communications and power technologies. AT&T's Charles Steen led the visit, joined by HCC Northwest President Zach Hodges and the HCC Texas A&M Engineering Academy. The HCC film program made a strong showing at this year's Houston Media Conference. Program coordinator Jenny Waldo joined faculty members Brian Merity, George Parker, and Kate Phillips to connect with the Houston's film community. Presented by the Houston Cinema Art Society and the Southwest Alternate Media Project, the conference featured professionals from film, television, digital media, legal and financial fields. Faculty engaged with local and national industry leaders and returned with fresh insights to share with students. Northwest Filmmaking Program Coordinator, again, Jenny Waldo, will debut her feature film, Acid Test, at the historic River Oaks Theater. She filmed one scene at the venue before its remodel. The screening marks a homecoming and a career milestone for Waldo. HCC partner Sam Houston State University hosted a camp for the HCC Agricultural Services Academy on its campus in Huntsville. It was a mix of new and current academy students and high school students who joined the camp. Activities included plant science, animal science, ag business, financial aid, and more. Jess Johnson and Chris Quayles from the ITS Center visited Sandra Bell of Central Campus Alabama Gardens, Houston's oldest community garden. Community members shared their gardening experiences during the visit. Johnson and Quayles plan to return soon with HCC Katy Garden Club members to learn more and apply the gardening methods at their own site. The Center for Learning Innovation hosted its first Journey Through Realities virtual reality discovery zone at the Spring Branch campus. Guests explored virtual reality through hands-on stations, from a beginner's friendly first steps to immersive experiences designed to spark empathy, creativity, and engagement across disciplines. Jim McIlvain popped live online to address the virtual HCC Mattress Max School of Selling class of graduation day on graduation day. 77 graduates from cohort 10, which was launched by the Glenda and David Regenbaum Center for Entrepreneurship at HCC Northwest in 2021. Since then, 457 proposed startups and existing entrepreneurs and others seeking to upskill in sales have graduated from this series. Dr. May Manette Argen, Dean of Engineering, COE, and Dr. Lana Pagayo, Director of Communications, are fellows in the 44th class of Leadership Houston. Leadership Houston is a competitive application process where leaders are immersed in a 10-month program that includes learning about Houston's history, economy, and development through key industries such as energy, healthcare, education, and government.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson.
I've only got a couple more minutes. I know the ball game there, but we got a lot of things that happened at
I know we do,
HCC.
but everybody we're on a time. But thank you. Thank you. We'll put it on the newsletter that goes out. Thank you. Trustee Vanderbilt?
I'll only say one thing, and I'll give him the rest of my time. I want to thank this amazing race, Mommy and Me, the listers, over 2,000 participants at South Campus. We registered over 200 people for library cards, and that was truly outstanding. The Children's Museum for its continued support in our efforts to engage our families. The Reed Corporation for bringing their humanoid robot. The Vision Ministries Church, and Dr. Michelle Alexander of the Star of Hope. And I'd like to honor and acknowledge the House of Brown. Their movie premiere was on September 11th. celebrating Mr. and Mrs. Brown, whose business is a historical icon in Houston's Fifth Ward and will be presented at the International Film Festival.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Trustee.
Give you another couple.
Yes.
I just need 1 minute out of my time, so you can have my 1 minute.
Northwest College Operations held a Fall Fest meet and greet where Dr. Hodges and Dr. Anzavino engaged with faculty and staff. Dr. Hodges provided updates on the institution, including the name change to Houston City College, expressed gratitude to the staff's contribution for the recent increase in enrollment, and joined Dr. Anzavino in answering questions. From May 1 through August 31, HCC Northwest College significantly enhanced digital outreach through strategic, consistent, and purpose-driven content on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Posts were carefully designed to engage students, inform the community, promote academic programs, and foster pride. During this time, Instagram views went from 26,000 to 32,000, an increase of over 23%. Facebook reached a peak of 5,000 weekly users, and LinkedIn had 1,400 impressions. I thank you for allowing me to brag on the Northwest College and the things they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to brag on all the colleges because they have been really busy out there doing activities and recruiting, and so I know that we couldn't do it without a great team that we have. So give all of yourselves a big hand. We want to recognize Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, who celebrated a birthday, 21. On September the 6th, we hope you had a wonderful birthday celebration.
Madam Chair, I did not get to celebrate. So we'll celebrate later.
Okay. Okay. We would also like to wish a happy birthday to Trustee Reichard, who will celebrate her birthday on tomorrow, September 18th. May both of you have a wonderful celebration, and we're going to get the Astros to win a big one for you. Thank you. Upcoming meetings are scheduled as follows. October the 1st, committee meetings. October the 1st, special meeting at 3:30. October the 1st, Committee of the Whole meeting at 4 o'clock. October the 15th, special meeting at 3:30. October the 15th, regular meeting at 4 o'clock. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the open meetings requirement. This concludes the chairman's report. We'll now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to also join with the trustees in thanking Ms. Munoz and Wells Fargo for their very generous donation, and also to acknowledge Dr. Mejia for the excellent presentation. Thank you very, very much. So this has been a very, very busy beginning of the fall term for all, and a lot of successes to reference. But I'd like to begin with a few meetings that were held that will update the board. On September the 5th, I had the opportunity to participate in the first of a series of meetings for the Aspen Presidents and Trustees Collaborative, which is focused on student reforms and aligning strategies. The first meeting focused on Aspen Institute's framework for high-performing boards and CEOs. The PowerPoint slides were included in the WAB, and I will be sending more information to you within the next several days as we prepare for the December meeting. On September the 9th, I attended the HISD Progress Report meeting, which included the Houston Independent School District Superintendent, Mike Miles, and several of the district's top leaders. Superintendent Miles reported that 75% of HISD campuses now are earning an A or B rating and not a single school rated F. He indicated that the district is making real progress toward lifting the performance of all students. This is a major pipeline for us. We're always looking for innovative ways to collaborate with HISD to ensure we have a strong and ready workforce. On September 16th, I participated in a meeting with our accrediting agency, SACS COC, where President Stephen Pruitt presented plans for his first 100 days. Dr. Pruitt's plans include putting students first, increasing transparency, and making accreditation more efficient, collaborative, and innovation-friendly. So the Greater Houston Partnership hosted a meeting today with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Dr. Rosser. We continue our shared commitment to building a talent-strong Texas. This gathering provided a valuable opportunity for open dialogue, collaboration, and regional alignment around our shared goals. And one of the points that was presented was free education for all of the residents of our community, and perhaps even to consider that for the state. And Dr. Rosser indicated to his staff to make a note of that. That would be well worth pursuing. As we look at the HCC total enrollment comparison, fall 24 versus fall 25, as of September the 5th, HCC's total fall 25 enrollment was 62,171, an 11% increase compared to the same day last year. On the right, we can see that even though it is only September, HCC's current enrollment has already surpassed last fall's end-of-term enrollment. Now, this achievement is a direct result of the dedication and hard work taking place at the campuses, our presidents, our faculty, and all of the staff. And we thank you for your tireless commitment to serving our students and our communities. Your efforts are really making a difference. We thank you all very much. The HCC enrollment comparison fall 2024 versus fall 25, credit enrollment is up 12.8%, and continuing education enrollment is up 11.8%. Our dual credit enrollment is currently up by 29.4%. So the HCC revealed new logo. On September the 5th, Houston City College proudly welcomed an audience of more than 2,000 faculty and staff to our 2025 fall convocation. This annual event served as a platform to share key institutional updates, spotlight major initiatives, and celebrate the progress we've made across the college. The highlight of the day, and a truly historic moment, was joining with trustees in the unveiling of our new name, logo, and brand identity. We extend our sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to making this event a success, our planning team, HCC Board of Trustees, HCC Foundation Board, and attendees for your support and your enthusiasm. Thank you all. So following convocation, HCC's brand launch engaged approximately 700,000 people across social media, driving a sharp increase in website traffic and engagement. Coverage spanned major outlets, including KHOU TV, KTRH, the Houston Chronicle, Houston Business Journal, Front Cover, Houston Style Magazine, and Kayonda, solidifying HCC's media presence that weekend. So at this time, I would like to invite the communications team to stand and be recognized for their outstanding work, their swift updates and creative execution across social media and the website, featuring our new brand and logo. They played a key role in the successful launch. So thank you all so very, very much. Outstanding work. Now, at this time, Madam Chair, members of the board, I would like to invite the 2025-26 United Student Council President, Dianye Ibong, to the podium to present the United Student Council report. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair, Trustees, and Madam Chancellor. My name is Dion Mechene Ebong. I will be serving as the President of the United Student Council for the 2025-2026 school year. I'm very excited for the potential of this board and what we can do for the students at Houston City College as a whole. At this moment, I would like to introduce the new executive board. First, we have our Vice President, Gia Jones. Then we have our Secretary, Renee Bethany Dobbs. Our Treasurer, Phoenix Martinez. Our Parliamentarian, Jane Agu. Our Online Representative, Sharice Wright. And last. I want to inform the board about some of the recent events happening at the various campuses. Recently, all Student Government Association officers attended a 2-day training where we learned about the necessary information to allow for success at our 7 campuses. Their officers learned about their individual roles, parliamentary procedure, and other boards such as the College Activity Board and the Student Fee Advisory Committee. We also had various speakers who spoke on topics ranging from leadership, organization, and drive. This also included a word from our Chancellor, where we learned about new programs like Academic Fresh Start. Overall, it was a great event to facilitate the growth of the Student Government Association. In addition, we had a wonderful welcome week across HCC. There were multiple tables and booths for the students to engage and learn. Some tables included counseling service, financial literacy, and varying clubs. As for the future, we're still appointing students for the Student Fee Advisory Committee and preparing to participate in Hispanic Heritage Month. Once again, I'm very excited about the year to come and the future of Houston City College. Thank you for listening, and I yield the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, President Ebong. Thank you. Now, at this time, I would like to invite the 2025-26 Faculty Senate President, Dr. Nathan Smith, to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report. Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, Chair Laredo, Chancellor Ford Fisher. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to address you in this space. I've met many of you already, and I hope to have the chance to talk with each of you this year. For those who may not know, my name is Nathan Smith. I have been an instructor of philosophy at HCC for 17 years. I've been a faculty senator for over a decade. I've been chair of my department, program coordinator, and for 4 years I ran a district-wide grant-funded project expanding the use of open educational resources and building HCC's award-winning Z-degree program. I received my doctorate in philosophy from Boston College and the University of Paris, where I studied history of philosophy, particularly early modern philosophy and a school of 20th century philosophy called phenomenology. This year, I hope to speak to you directly about something substantive and timely. I also plan to recognize faculty in the college who are doing impressive things. Today, I feel called to address some events that have taken place in higher education this week and the chill our faculty feel right now. I want to do that by articulating some goals I have for this year in cooperation with our administration. We live under a new Texas Education Code amended by SB 37, and I am so grateful for the work we've done together to preserve the Senate and its relationship to the administration and the board. You have been engaged and supportive throughout that process. We have been leaders in the state in our response to this bill. In my instructional day remarks to faculty, I shared some goals for the Faculty Senate, but I emphasized that these goals were in service of 3 principal themes that will guide my leadership this year. First is the slogan, "We care," which I think highlights the attentive and thoughtful work we do as educators. Second are the concepts of trust and unity, or unity through trust. We will be unified if we can establish a rapport of mutual trust. I believe we will do this best by emphasizing the fundamental principles of shared governance and academic freedom. I'm proud to work at HCC because we have a long tradition of supporting shared governance and academic freedom. Faculty have never been the ultimate deciders. Our position is always advisory. Our power lies in our ability to persuade. But I take comfort knowing our leadership believes that the institution is better served when faculty are consulted and their advice is heeded. We recognize that the faculty, the Chancellor and Executive Administration, and the board each have their own duties and roles in the institution. Yet the institution is strongest and serves its mission best when these roles are coordinated. This year, I'll be working with the Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services to revitalize our shared governance structure through committees and councils that address issues in operations, student services, and instruction. The primary role of faculty in higher education rests in matters of curriculum, research, and teaching. Faculty are subject matter experts who have a unique capacity to determine what is appropriate for students to learn in their courses and what is necessary to achieve a degree in their subjects. I'm very pleased that our faculty have been engaged with senior administration on developing a process for curriculum review that I know you'll be hearing more about. This is, in fact, the cornerstone of academic freedom. Academic freedom is a kind of free speech, but it's both more restrictive and more protective than the First Amendment right. It's more restrictive because academic freedom does not allow an instructor to say things that are contrary to the widely accepted standards of the discipline. A chemistry professor cannot teach alchemy or go on lengthy rants about politics. That may be their First Amendment right, but it is not academic freedom. However, because the faculty are subject matter experts and therefore the best judges of standards in their discipline, academic freedom stands on the basis of peer review. So academic freedom is more protective than the speech rights of employees in their place of employment. Academic freedom means a professor's conduct and speech while acting as a faculty member requires some protections and processes of review. I will be working with our administration and the Senate to clarify HCC's policies and share them with faculty. When we stand on that stage in graduation and the Chancellor confers degrees on thousands of our graduates, we know that we are able to do that only because of the faculty who have designed the classes, taught the students, and assessed their learning. We entrust that our subject matters in the fields they teach. We entrust our subject matter experts in the fields they teach. This is why I want to lead with trust, emphasizing our support for the role of faculty in getting our students to that achievement. Today, I've asked some faculty here today. If you are a faculty member, please stand. The people standing here have gained expertise in their fields through graduate coursework and real-world experience. We rely on them to do the most important work of this institution, to teach our students. We stand together today to affirm HCC's commitment to shared governance and academic freedom, and we look forward to work with you to strengthen our bonds, deepen our trust, and find greater unity together. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Smith and members of our faculty. And we do know that we will, in all matters, adhere to Senate Bill 37. Is that correct? Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Really appreciate you and all of the great work that you do. Now, at this time, I would like to invite Ms. Morgan Yett, Staff Senate President, to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Ms. Yett.
Good evening, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees and guests. I bring you greetings from the Staff Senate, and I am happy to share the Staff Senate updates and our plan for the 2025-2026 academic year. We will begin with our Senator onboarding this Friday, September 19th, where we will develop our Senate goals for the academic year. In this session, we will have team building, planning, and somewhat of an orientation to ensure that each senator understands their new role and feels empowered to contribute. Following that, we will have our first general body meeting for this academic year on September 26th here at the district office, where we will elect our new officers and we will officially start our work. Moving forward, we plan to have general body meetings monthly. We also plan to have committee meetings, and we will also host events throughout the academic year. As Staff Senate President, I have outlined 5 key areas of focus that will guide me as I lead this year. Wellness. Wellness is a priority for our Senate and our staff, and we will promote and provide wellness opportunities through workshops, wellness challenges, and resource sharing. The goal is to create a culture of care and balance throughout the district with our staff. Process refinement. We will review our Constitution and bylaws, updating them to reflect our evolving needs and our laws. And additionally, we will introduce a staff concerns and idea form. This form will ensure that every voice is heard and that every idea has an action plan behind it. Service is another area of focus that we will focus on for this year. We will develop and offer opportunities for HCC staff to engage in community service projects, both internally and externally, and these initiatives will support not only our HCC family, but also surrounding communities that we serve. And through service, we can get a better understanding of what our community needs and strengthen our connection with them. Communication. Clear and consistent communication is important. And as president, I plan to send weekly emails to our staff beginning in October. And as a Senate body, we will continue to create semester newsletters and utilize social media to keep our staff informed and engaged. And lastly, networking. Intentional networking will be essential for us. We will encourage our senators to build relationships across departments with institutional leaders within their own colleges and cross-departmental awareness and collaboration for a strong HCC. At the core of all these efforts is my personal guiding principle is to build community with empathy. I believe when we lead with empathy and are informed in our decisions, it will strengthen us. I'm excited to collaborate with each of you this year together to amplify the voice of our staff, and I thank you for your time and your support and your commitment to our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Yett. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, this concludes my report. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. The hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception of the Open Meetings Act. The following persons signed up to appear before the board: Gladys House L. Gladys is present, so come on down. I did. Oh. Okay.
Are you ready for me to start?
Just a second. If you wish to comment on a complaint against a specific employee or office, we can adjourn to closed session to hear the rest of your comments as required under Section 551.074 or the text of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Or if you would prefer to remain in open session, please keep your comments general in nature. Thank you. Gladys House L.
You ready?
Ready.
Okay, peace to everyone. I just want to commend President Bush, Harrod, and Dean Chris Aspen, who've been doing an excellent job of addressing students' concerns at the Central Campus. But I'm here today on trustee issues. I've listened to other nationalities talk about their heritage. I'm concerned that the technology department is overlooking and that HCC appears to perpetuate the overlooking of the major contributions of more Americans, or AKA Black inventors, who paved the way in the electrical industry field. One is Lewis Latimer, who was instrumental in the telephone and incandescent light bulb. And the second one is Granville Woods, who is the inventor of more than 50 patents pertaining to the electrical industry. I know my time is limited, so I cannot list all 50, but you should really take the time to look into these inventors, because the elevator, doors, I mean, everything, this building, or everything was created by the Moore American, and somehow they've been hidden from the yearbooks and the textbooks. And I urge Houston Community College to require textbooks to include these two individuals at minimum. There, like as I stated, there's a list of many of the inventors who are more Americans, but they've been hidden by society. But we need to give them the respect because we enjoy everything in our homes, our business, even our cars. Everybody gives Tesla and other folk the benefit of the EV, electric vehicles, when there was a Moore inventor who created such back in the 1800s. And there is a whole list of things, and credit is given unjustly to Thomas Edison and Bell for inventions in the electrical field, when Thomas Edison stole 90% of his patents, and they mostly came from Lewis Latimer and Granville, who had to sue Edison in court for trying to claim their patents. And they won. So it's a quiet history of the major contributions of my people that cause the benefit of everyone in this room, this city, this state, this nation, and yet they remain invisible. I'm not here to discredit anyone, but there should be anonymous input boxes throughout the campus for students' input so that they won't feel intimidated or whatever, because I've witnessed some things that really should be addressed. But for fear of retaliation or whatever, students just accept it and go on. And I know that as a president of a university, you cannot be everywhere and know everything all the time. You need to get input from the student body. And I feel that it should be a visit or reassessment of the Title IX department and the help desk. It is a hot mess. But I really feel that you all should have someone or something in place to check these different departments, because they need checking. And lastly, I have books in case you all may not know where to start or begin about the inventors of Moore Americans. One book is When the World Was Black, The Untold History of the World's First Civilizations. And the second book is in Black People Invented Everything. And that's true. That's real talk. But it's just been hidden. And I look forward to Houston Community College to take the initiative to request textbooks that include and talk about the inventions of my people as it pumps up other folk. And there are other concerns, but you said in closed session?
Oh, that
Another session?
That you have 4 minutes, so you chose open session, 4 minutes.
Okay, but I thought you mentioned that if you had some other things to discuss, but it wouldn't be in this session.
Right.
So
You'd have to sign up again.
for now?
No, for another day.
Well, I
But
do
thank
hope,
you. We will vote
I
thank
do
you.
hope that I'll hear from someone soon, not another month, because this is the second month I've been here, okay?
Thank
So,
you.
thank you so much.
Thank you, and we appreciate concerns raised during the hearing of citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or acting on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration, and we thank you. Now we will go to the approval or consent agenda. Of the consent agenda, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion? Seeing there are none, Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Second, we are now ready to vote on the consent agenda. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item A, HVAC rooftop replacement project, Spring Branch Campus, project number IFB 2535?
So moved.
Seconded.
Has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will now introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Hartman Comfort Solutions, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications, to provide HVAC rooftop unit RTU replacement project Spring Branch Campus in accordance with IFB 2535. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken and Mr. Walker, Interim Chief Facilities Officer, will present an overview and answer questions. Vice Chancellor McCracken.
Thank you. Good evening. This is to replace units that are between 15 and 26 years old at the Spring Branch Science Hall, and the total contract value is $678,500. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustees, any questions? Okay.
Just a more broad question around the Spring Branch campus. How's that facility on an overall basis? I know this is.
It's one of the facilities that has a large amount of deferred maintenance. In general, those buildings are heavily used. It's a very busy campus. It has the 3 buildings there, and you'll notice several items coming through over the course of time to upgrade, particularly the HVAC systems, where we've had some issues with that.
I think, Mr. McCracken, given the condition of that facility, it might be helpful as we're having the larger deferred maintenance discussions that perhaps working in collaboration with the Northwest College president, really take a closer look. What's the return on investment in a facility with such? I know what the expected life is from this point on, but I think it's going to be important to bring that conversation to the forefront.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready to vote on the HVAC for Spring Break?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item B, Employment Engagement Survey, project number RFP 2539?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation item for the board's consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract for Employee Engagement Survey, project number RFP 25-39. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Interim Vice Chancellor Nathan and Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustees, you have in front of you for your approval the authorization for the Chancellor to execute a contract not to exceed $292,000. This is a 5-year agreement. I will say that employee engagement surveys are vital because they provide data-driven insights into employee sentiments. They do help institutions and organizations identify areas for improvement, understand morale, identify areas for potential increase in productivity and retention. We are behind several years since the last time we did an engagement survey. So it is important that we be able to look forward to engaging in this and having a provider to assist us. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, trustees. Trustee Sheben.
Question, does this
obligate or commit us to do a survey with this vendor every year, or does it just give us the opportunity to do so?
It gives us the opportunity, and best practice is actually to do a survey every other year. But we will have insights, and we will be able to keep the data, as well as they have the ability to help us in comparisons to other institutions.
No, thanks for that. Y'all have heard multiple times what I'm about to say, is that I will often point to procurement items like this and highlight that there are opportunities for us to leverage our strong competency in AI to really bring some of this cost in-house and leverage our in-house talent to get advanced analytics. I appreciate the fact that this doesn't tie our hands, and so that makes me a lot more comfortable with it. I know we've got a chief AI officer, fingers crossed that'll be here any day now. And I just ask, as we consider additional procurement items like this, that we don't tie that individual's hands with procurement items that commit us to tasks and services that could otherwise be automated through AI. So appreciate the answer and just wanted to pontificate a little bit on that general theme.
Trustee Cheben, you bring up a good point. I will add that to increase the participation, employees are very concerned when it's done in-house and the anonymity that is provided. And so it helps to have a third party to help create that wall.
Good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Nathan, it seems to me that an engagement survey is sort of more of a professional service. When I look at the RFP delivery methodology that now relies on scores, including price proposal, I have no idea who these firms are, but I think it would behoove us, if we've had success with certain firms doing it better than others, to think through that lens, and perhaps this is better procured through an RFQ, because all things being equal, you have less than, 20 basis points or 200, less than 30 tenths, 30 I don't know how you even say that. 30 hundredths, 0.30 separate number one from number two. And so with such, it seems trivial to me. And so it would have made more sense perhaps, and I'm sure you all must feel comfortable that this is an ideal firm to do the job. I just wanted to make sure that we don't restrict ourselves on dealing with this sort of delivery methodology on something that really is a professional service.
Your point is well taken. I'm happy to partner with procurement on how we would go about it in the future. It is relevant to know that this particular outfit has great history and lots of experience with higher ed institutions.
Thank you. I always have a concern that we're saying 5 years. Any way we can just go half of that?
Our contracts typically, correct me if I'm wrong.
So this is actually, it's a 3-year contract with 2 one-year options. So those 2 one-year options are optional years. So it's slightly more than half.
Okay, so it would be 3 years. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, then we're ready to vote on item B, Employee Engagement Survey, project number RFP 2539.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you consider moving up item D out of order to go ahead of item C, because I suspect that might have more discussion?
Item D. Okay.
Faculty awards.
Okay, sounds good to me. So we're going to move item C to the end and work on item D. Is there a motion to approve item D, full-time faculty academic year contract renewal?
So moved.
Second.
Second. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. We will now,
Thank you so much.
Ford Fisher. I'm on speed dial.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board's consideration to approve the renewal of the full-time faculty contracts for academic year 2026. And with your permission, Madam Chair,
Interim Vice Chancellor of Human Resources and Talent Engagement. Mr. Nathan will stay at the podium for the moment and answer all questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustees, you have actually two things in front of you. You have the renewal of 34 contracts. These are our current faculty whose contracts are being renewed. And then you have a list of 24 new faculty who've been hired, which I will continue to point out. We do a wonderful job of using our internal resources, and so 83% of those folks were adjuncts with us who are moving to full-time. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, trustees. Any questions? No questions? I'd like to say welcome to those that have signed on for more time, and I'd like to say thank you to those that gave HCC so much of their time and have chosen to go to the next chapter. So thank you. At this time, we're now vote on the full-time faculty academic year contract renewals.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is there a motion to approve item C, cooperative contract awards for fiscal year 2026?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board's consideration to authorize the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts under various cooperative purchasing programs using various suppliers for items and services that are approved in the fiscal year 2026 budget. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and answer all questions with Dr. Sherry Hahn. Mr. McCracken first, please.
So I just wanted to, good evening again. I just wanted to introduce the fact that we had a partial approval of some of the co-op agreements previously, and this is a presentation of the remainder of those with additional detail that wasn't provided last time.
Mr. McCracken?
At this point, we're happy to answer any questions on any of the material.
Thank you, trustees. Any questions? Trustee Sheben?
Yep. So when we talked about this last time, we asked for kind of additional transparency about reporting and progress with the spend and all that. So just curious, what have we got on that front? Because I think that was at least one trustee's hang up with approving some of this, is that, you know, a little bit more visibility around how we were going to get visibility before we approved the procurement.
Well, so let me answer that in two ways. I do have the spend. I had it last time. We didn't actually get a chance to deliver that material, but I can tell you what it is against what FY25 was. Since last time, we've instituted kind of a two-level reporting. We look at the spend every week. Every Monday, we prepare a report that looks at what the approved amount was and what we spent towards it. And you will see that from procurement on a quarterly report to the board, so it'll be covered. But I can tell you what the spends were. Basically, the lower percents were in Journey Ed. We spent 43% of the dollars that were approved, and Tejas Office Supply, 44%. Also, Carasoft, we spent only a fraction of it because it was 1 year out of a 3-year contract, so that would naturally be a lower percent. Everything else was in the high 70s or 99% in the case of IT. So we did spend most of the dollars that were approved in FY25. The total amount for FY25 on the list was roughly $30 million. This year, when we consider the total amount, it's around 27 million minus the 5.6 that you've already approved. So we'd be looking for additional approval of 21 million roughly. And since last time, we did provide through a TI a little more organized information relative to the amount of activity on purchasing end-of-life equipment. and the various types, what had been purchased year over year and what was planned to be installed and what would be installed in future years. So I hope that made a little more sense and clarified what was previously provided in the baseline audit pie charts.
I'm personally comfortable with the quarterly report, and I appreciate the intent to do that over the next year. My one ask, there's some discussion last month about Mr. Jackson finding opportunities to get lower prices by
Yes.
competitively bidding versus going through the cooperative. As those happen, if you could highlight that and how much spend would peel out of the cooperative approval that was, just so we can maintain an accounting through the year.
Got it.
But I'm very pleased with moving to this quarterly reporting to the board. I think that's a good solution, so thank you.
Thank you so much. We will do that, no problem.
We talked about the first section on page 1, the $10,921,000, in particular the computer replacement, which we were told was for employees or for faculty. I don't remember which. 5.644 million. Was it for faculty or for employees?
I don't have that detail. I'm not sure who the recipients are. We don't have it broken out that way.
So it's my understanding it would be for employees, which would include the faculty.
So we have 6,000 employees. Are all employees eligible for this? To receive computers?
You're looking at the first item, correct?
$5.644 million for computer replacement.
No, that would actually, that's roughly $1,000. I'm doing mental math here, so I may be off a little bit.
You're good.
That'd be roughly $1,000
Per employee.
per employee. I don't know what the exact cost of our units.
Nathan?
The total number of employees, full-time and part-time, is the 6,000 number. That's where that's coming from. And so our part-time employees do receive computer equipment as well as our full-time.
So 6,000 employees. Didn't we purchase computers last year for employees?
If I recall correctly, they replace a portion of them each year, and so they're on a replacement cycle.
Actually, in 2024, we replaced 4,362. In 2025, we replaced 3,756. We purchased a little more than each of those, just to have a cushion.
And here we are with 5.644 million replacing how many?
The estimated replacement number for 2026 is 5,770 units on PCs with a 5-year life.
Math ain't mathing. Okay, so let me.
Mr. Jackson is in the back also. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, trustees. So in addition to the faculty and staff, there are computer labs. There are approximately 20,000 computers across the district, and that's why the number being replaced a year is between 4,000 and 5,000 to have a 4 to 5 year replacement plan.
Okay, so what I think the board needs to see is what that replacement looks like. If we are replacing 3,500 on the average, 1/3 each year, whether it be desktop or whether it be laptops, or if, from what I remember, the explanation was this portion was for employee computers. That is what I heard. Now that is not what I'm not hearing today. So I think that we need to take a closer look at how we're managing the replacement of these computers. Because if I'm also not mistaken, in mid-year, we get a request to use fund balance to fix some other computer issue. We are not as efficient with this use of funds as we should be, and we are not adequately focused on how these replacements should take place. And we did not have an inventory because that was a request, and we had not had an inventory in 9 years in IT. So it was a little shaky trying to understand how we were determining replacements when we didn't have an inventory. So Chancellor, I would like to make sure that I understand that this is going to be fiscal year 2026 and that IT will not be asking for any additional funding from fund balance to do something else. Because this is not as transparent as it needs to be. And that is an extraordinary amount of money. And from what I'm hearing, we are on the average replacing 1/3 each year, but that's not what this is showing. So what I would like to see, and this is an audit issue. This is very much an audit issue because IT has a substantial part of budget. And we know that we have to have IT well done, well placed, and well maintained for us to continue what we want to do. And if we're going to do international education, this is going to make us or break us. So I am not inclined to vote for this, but I will. But audit committee is going to ask for very serious details about this rotation on replacement because it's not, the math ain't mathing.
Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth, could I ask a question? I think I'm following you. 5,644,000. I don't know if there was an answer on how much, on average, a replacement computer costs. Did we get an answer on that?
They're approximately $1,400.
It's about $1,400. Okay. So at that number, rough math, that's about 4,000 units that would be replaced at that?
Correct, and there are 20,000 total.
And we're replacing every 5 years, roughly?
4 to 5 years we shoot for.
So in theory, you have to turn over 20% of that 20,000 inventory, which is about 4,000?
That's what the numbers show too.
Okay. Okay, just trying to make sure I was tracking. Thanks, Trustee. I was just wanted to follow the math that you were doing.
Thank you. I also, on that point, I see where we have student loaner laptops, but we need to make sure that we have computers available for them because we're hearing that sometimes that there's not a computer for them. And so we just need to make sure that they're included in the equation there.
We're working on a plan the budget currently includes 125 loaner laptops being added to the pool. We're working on a plan to add more than that this year. We're working with a vendor that they get donations from large organizations of computers that are 1 or 2 years old, and then they refurbish them and make them available to the students at a much lower cost than a new computer would be. And these are full-scale computers. They're not
Laptops?
Well, they're not the.
They're not student version laptops. They're fully.
They haven't gone obsolete. They're still.
Yeah, there's still several years of life left, and then they support the computers for the students so that if they have issues, they can call them, they'll train them, they'll fix them, they'll replace them.
Yeah.
So we're looking to do that. I think at Southeast Campus, they've already engaged to do some of that.
Correct.
And we're following on the program that they started to do that across the district. So that might bring in another 600 laptops or so.
Well, that's important because, if they're taking the class and the professor wants the assignment immediately and they don't have a computer or they don't have the access to it, then it affects them. And so we just want to make sure that we have what they need and the facilities where they can come and use it as well. So we thank you.
Madam Chair, I have to say kudos for that because $125,000 and we have 63,000 students. I would have expected these two numbers to, at least a portion of this $5 million should have been at student loan laptops because they're not able to get them because there aren't enough of them. And it was disconcerting for me to see, and now we add 20,000 computers on top of what faculty and staff or employees need. We need plus 20,000 more. So audit committee needs to see, we need to have an audit discussion.
Trustee Davis.
Just a final clarifying question. Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth asked about where we were with inventory. I'm sure you said something in response. Can you just articulate for us, do we know where those 20,000 computers are today?
Yes, we do, and I believe there's a TI's,
It was TI 25216.
yeah, where we provided the inventory.
So we have a good inventory on the computers, the
Well, we
switches,
have it on switches, firewalls, routers, access points, UPS, the battery system, batteries, phone handsets, audiovisual equipment, and PCs.
Can you please resend that to us?
Oh, sure, no problem.
Thank you.
And it's in a place where if you needed someone to physically go lay eyes on it, they could do it real time.
Yes.
The physical equipment, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment as well that the team is doing an outstanding job with what they were left with when the CIO left the institution, but nonetheless, they've been able to stay abreast of the information that is available in order to provide the report and to assess how we progress in terms of the funding for the technology. And we have our new CIO who is here. He was introduced at the last meeting, and he will also be overseeing that area as well. And I'd like to once again ask Mr. Sullivan to please stand and be recognized for those trustees who were not here when you were introduced previously. Thank you so very much. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, team, for your great work.
There's no further questions, and we're ready to vote on item D. Oh, no, we didn't do C. We're now ready to vote on item C, cooperative contract award for fiscal year 2026. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Are you sure? We will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required, in the opinion of the board, on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon meeting thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
5:56 p.m.
With no further business coming before the board, this meeting of the HCC of the Board of Trustees is hereby adjourned at
8 p.m.
Have a good evening. Thank you.